5-minute call to begin our breeding sheep shows today. 5-minute call. Well, they tell me they're ready, so let's see if they got the right ones in there. In the natural colored ring, we are showing senior ram lambs. Senior ram lambs for the natural colored. That's the ring to my right. That's what we call the north ring. We're ready for Poll Dorset late fall ram lambs. Poll Dorset late fall ram lambs will be your first class. Judging our Poll Dorsets today and other meat breeds is Tucker Beckmeyer of Morrisonville, Illinois. Tucker is a nutritional account manager at Rosins Incorporated. He grew up raising Hampshires and Monadales. They switched over to Southdowns when Megan and he started their family. They have 3 sons, Logan, Tanner, and Riker. They also run a dozen or so slick-sheared Hampshire ewes. And judging our wool breeds in the North Ring is Chris Meyer of Aaronsville, Illinois. Chris is a full-time grain and livestock farmer. He and his family raise and show Hampshire, Cotswold, and Oxford sheep. Their flock consists of about 100 ewes. They have 2 girls, Kenzie and Addison, that can be seen in many of the junior show rings across the country. Let's welcome both Chris Meyer and Tucker Beckmeyer, both from Illinois, to our Kentucky State Fair.
Just a single entry to lead off the Poll Dorset division, but one I think could certainly handle some competition. Really big and extended in his profile and props up, gives us a really nice look from the side. Congratulations.
Placing on the late fall Ram Lamb class for the Poll Dorsets, first place goes to entry number 3, Jim Robertson and family, Shelbyville, Indiana, with Mountain Man Farm 81.
We get into the natural colored senior ram lambs here, and a really challenging class here. We got a little give and take on both of these bucks, from structural correctness to just soundness. The buck we're going to lead the class off with, I'd like to see him get around the ring a little better off his front wheels and honestly off his back rear pasterns too, but he's the straightest made type of sheep in this class. He's the levelest out over the hip. He's probably the longest hip sheep in the class too. Where he really excels, I think, the class, when you part his fleece, he's got the most consistent fleece from front to rear, and I like how he's a little elevated out through that front end a little better than buck in second. The buck in second, the big wider sprung type of ram here, one that's just not as comfortable down his top line for me today, not as level out over that hip as the buck ahead of him, but he's the bold sprung, big rib type of sheep that's got a lot of value too. Congratulations.
Again, just another single entry in the slick shorn Dorset Ram Lamb class, but one I think certainly has a lot of quality about him. really big in his back and big in his hip. Gives us a really nice look from the side. Very proportional and balanced when we get this one stuck. Congratulations.
Placing on the natural colored senior Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 2, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with 24-58. Second place to entry 3, the Bergman family, Wadesville, Indiana, with Mentor Homestead 31. Placing on the Pole Dorset Slick Shorn Spring Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 5, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois, with Nichols Sheep Farm, W2547.
We get into the natural colored junior buck lamb class here, and one of the sounder natural colored buck lambs we probably saw today. One that's just square made. Nothing really exciting about this ram other than maybe he's a longer neck type of sheep, but he stands down on a good substance of bones. You part his fleece and he's consistent from front to rear. Just a nice logical place for us to go today. Congratulations.
Obviously a fairly small buck show, but we get a couple out here for our champion drive, and while they're very contrasting in type and kind, in relation to that breed, I don't think that's a bad thing. You know, we've certainly got some slick sheep that could value this guy and just the way he's put together and the extra mass and power he brings us, as well as the fitted buck that's just super extended, really big in his outline, and if we need to make him a little flatter shouldered and a little better looking, he could certainly help there as well. Really high quality pair of bucks. Today we're going to go ahead and use this slick for champion. We'll come back to the fitted buck for reserve.
For our Pole Dorset show, our overall champion ram was our junior champion ram. Entry number 5, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois, with Nichols Sheep Farm, W2547 out of the Slick Shorn Spring Ram Lamb class. The reserve junior champion and reserve overall went to entry 3 from the late fall Ram Lamb class, Jim Robertson and family, Shelbyville, Indiana, with Mountain Man Farm 81. For the natural colored show, in our early born junior Ram Lamb class, first place went to entry 4, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with 2501. First place also in the pair Ram Lambs to Dylan Craig.
For champion natural colored buck, it gets a little difficult, and you evaluate all 3 of these rams and where you lay your preference and stuff. All 3 could be a little sounder on their feet and legs today, but for me, I think the ones that have the most breeding value in my book, I think we're going to stick with the 2 fall bucks as champion and reserve. I think they're just they're more there today. They're a little more mature. Just a pair of good-looking bucks there. Congratulations.
For the natural colored show, our overall champion ram went to the first place from the senior ram lamb class. Entry 2, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with 24.58. The reserve champion, entry 3 out of that same class, Bergman family, Wadesville, Indiana, with Mentor Homestead 31. Best fleeced ram in the natural colored show goes to entry number 2, our champion ram.
We got an extremely powerful set of pair yearling ewes here, and I think logically when you start calculating everything the first ewe here brings to the table, she's the big bodied, she's still long enough, but where she excels the ewe in second is just her flatness of hip, her width of hip there, just the way she's just a little more wider as she gets out on the bout, out of her rear 2 legs there. Just a big, powerful ewe. I think that could stood a lot of competition. The ewe in second are really a long-sided ewe, a really pretty profiling ewe. She's straight as an arrow down that top. Just one that's just not as bulky and massive as the ewe ahead of her, but a really nice pair of ewes. Congratulations.
Getting into this Dorset female show, quality's really, really good, super competitive class, and 5 really nice individuals. We got a pair up here that we could certainly do a lot of different things with. They're both big in their outline. They're both good looking. They both have plenty of feature underneath them for me. Really, the sort here for me is when we put these 2 in motion. I think the ewe that leads off was just more comfortable out of her hip and hind leg. I think that's really where she has the biggest advantage here. Obviously, the big ewe in 2, love her propped up from the side. Think this one's got a ton of value for these young folks as well. Really like that one. Just like to free her up just ever so slightly, get her to flex a little better off that rear pasture. The ewe in third, one that loved the condition she's in, presented really tight fleece, like that about her. Handles very fresh and true down that top line. Honestly, just runs out of horse when we get her up across these other 2, but one I think certainly fits very, very well. Another really big featured ewe comes in 3. Unfortunately, she comes a little more piecey down her top line, gets a little rounder out of her hip. If we could just true her up, I think we could certainly talk about moving her up. Round out the class with one, really love her body shape. Like that one propped up from the side quite a bit. Unfortunately, she is the one that's most restricted in her movement when we get her out in motion. And then you add with that, she's one of the frail one in class. Kind of rolled her into 5th, but a really nice group of yearling ewes.
For the natural colored, our next class is senior ewe lambs. For the Poll Dorsets, your next class is pair yearling ewes. Placing on the natural colored yearling ewe class, first place goes to entry 8, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with 24.02. Second place to entry 9, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with 24-7. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the natural colored, first place to Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Placing on the pole Dorset yearling ewe class, first place goes to entry number 11, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois, with Nichols Sheep Farm, 2405. Second place to Nash Arthur, Greenville, Indiana, with Nichols Sheep Farm, 2421. Third place to entry 15, Jim Robertson and family, Shelbyville, Indiana. Fourth place to entry 13, the Bergman family, Wadesville, Indiana. And fifth place to entry 14, Jim Robertson and family, Shelbyville, Indiana.
Really nice pair of slick ewes out here to be represented, and we get them on the profile. I think there's some give and take here. Certainly think we could go either way. Both really fresh, good handling ewes like that about them. Both prop up and give us a really good look from the side. What separates the pair for me, while there is a size of difference, that's not really a priority here. What separates for me is just motion. When we get these two out and go, the one that's going to lead off is just quite a bit more comfortable in her spine, quite a bit more comfortable at her hip and hind leg. But a really, really good body pair of yearling ewes.
Placing on the slick-sheared yearling ewe class for the pole Dorsets, first place goes to Harper Nichols, entry 17, at Jerseyville, Illinois, with Nichols Sheep Farm W, 2416. Second place to entry 16, Karen Fair, China Grove, North Carolina, with Coleman Club Lambs, 240.
We get into the senior ewe lambs on the natural colored side here, and we got a really interesting trio of lambs here. You were going to start off the class with, she's not the bigger outline design type of female in here, but I think when you start analyzing them, she's the fault-free one out of the top three pair here. She's the straightest down her top, the levelest out of her hip, where I think she excels the ewe in second. I just like how she's built out of that front end a little better, up through that neck and shoulder region, the way she pops her neck out of that shoulder blades a little better. And then when you start analyzing her rear 1/3 there, I think she ties it in a little better in the ewe in second, just carries her legs just on the move, just handles them a little better. Just an ideal, I think, place for me to start. We got the ewe in second, kind of the big, bold, barreled type of female, one that's you'd like to clean her up on the move just a little bit, the way she holds her spine together and gets out and tracks off those back wheels. But she's the longest sided female that's still got a nice, beautiful fleece when you part it from front to rear. Just a really, just a big capacity type of female to land in the second hole. We're going to round out the class with the smaller, immature type of female here. One that when you start analyzing her, she's got a beautiful fleece from front to rear, one that's super sound at the ground. She doesn't have the extras. She don't have the length of the body, the size, the levelness of top compared to the two ahead of her, but a really nice functional female in the third hole. Congratulations.
Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the pole Dorsets, first place goes to Harper Nichols of Jerseyville, Illinois. Second place to Jim Robertson and family, Shelbyville, Indiana. Placing on the natural colored class of senior ewe lambs, first place to entry 10, Olivia and Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois, with pin C2474 Tawny. Second place to 12, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with 2431. And third place to the Bergman family of Wadesville, Indiana.
Good group of fall ewe lambs out here, and we've got some give and take here up at the top for me. We've got two really high quality individuals do things a little bit differently. The ewe lamb we're going to lead off with just ties everything together down her top line a little bit smoother. When these young people, when she behaves for them, really gives us an attractive look from the side. And I do think she has advantage when we put her out in motion over the one in second. The ewe in second, certainly the big ewe, and I would expect to be the big yearling ewe in class. Really good in her cage and pretty elite through her front end. Gets a little softer down her top line, gets a little more uncoordinated out of her hind foot, but one I think's got a ton of quality. And we're going to round out the class with a nice solid practical one. She's good bodied. I think she'll make a nice brood ewe for the folks. Probably just runs out of some show ring look compared to the two ahead of her.
We get out here in this natural color ewe lamb class, and I think we got a real logical place to start. I think when you start analyzing this one, I think she checks all the boxes compared to you in the second, from her elevation in her front end, from her straightest of lines down her top, from her depth of body she has. She's probably the soundest female at the ground too. Just a logical place to start. A more compact type of female here in second, one that you'd like to just elevate her up through that front and make her a little cleaner up there, but one that's still bold ribbed. When you part her fleece, she's still adequate fleece from front to rear. Just a nice pair of ewe lambs.
Placing on the pole Dorset late fall ewe lamb class. First place goes to entry 23, the Bergman family, Wadesville, Indiana, with Mountain Man Farm 89. Second place to 22, Jim Robertson and family, Shelbyville, Indiana, with Triple R Dorsets 120. Third place to 21, Jim Robertson family, Shelbyville, Indiana. Placing on the natural colored class of early born junior ewe lambs, first to entry 14, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with 2403-2504. Second place to 13, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with 5-9.
a little more challenging sort out of this pair here, but I think we're going to go with a little more youthful type of female that's still got some length to side, length to body, whereas I think she excels the ewe in second. I think when you start analyzing her, she's the longest hind-saddled female out of this pair. The ewe in second's maybe the bigger, bolder rib type of female, but she's just not as straight down that top, not as good up through that front end, but a really nice close pair of ewes. Congratulations.
Getting into the senior champion Polled Dorset female drive here. And, you know, we weren't big in numbers. I think quality was really, really good through this group of sheep. And we get out here for champion drive. Certainly happy about the individuals we have representing the breed. I think there's a couple that came out of a class that was just a little deeper and a little tougher. Thought the quality was extremely good. We're going to use the two fitted yearling ewes for champion and reserve. Congratulations.
For our Polled Dorset show, our senior champion ewe went to the first place out of the fitted yearling ewe class. Entry number 11, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois, with Nichols Sheep Farm 2405. The reserve was second in that fitted yearling ewe class, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana, with Nichols Sheep Farm 2421. In the class of late-born junior ewe lambs for the natural colored, first place went to Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with 2505. Second place to Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with 2522. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs, first to Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois.
We get out here for champion natural colored ewe, and I think there's just a logical place for me to go. But then for reserve, it gets a little tighter from two of them. But I think today, we're going to stick with the yearling ewes. I think that's a competitive pair of yearling ewes. I think they're big. They're there today. They're long-sided. They're good-footed. I mean, they're just a good set of females. Congratulations.
Champion ewe for the natural colored show goes to entry number 8, first in the yearling ewe class, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with 2402. The reserve champion was second in that yearling ewe class, also Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with 24-7.
Really high-end pair of slick-shored Dorset ewe lambs out here, and a pair that certainly you could argue the other direction, and I don't know that I'd have much argument with you. Both really, really good. They both get out and go pretty well. They both prop up from the side and give us a really, really cool look. we start breaking these two down. I think the ewe I lead off with certainly has advanced just at the ground from a foot size and a feature standpoint, and I really like that about her. I think she is the softer bodied ewe, presented really highly, just a really neat one to look at. Like that one a lot. The one comes in second. If you want to tell me she's the shorter bladed ewe, I'll certainly buy that. And if you want to tell me she's a little trimmer and a little rawer in her condition, I like that about her too. Really high-headed, really good looking. Again, in relation to my class winner, maybe gets a little frailer featured, maybe gives up a little flank, but man, a really cool pair of ewe lambs.
For the natural colored show, our best fleeced ewe was our champion ewe, entry number 8 out of the yearling ewe class, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, 2402. Placing on the pen of 4 lambs class for the natural colored, first place goes to Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Placing on the flock class for the natural colored, also Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Premier exhibitor for the natural colored show, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois.
Another nice fit ewe lamb to lead off with, one that's super attractive through her front end, really straight and true down that top line. Young people get her propped up here. She gives a really cool look from the side. And we're going to follow up with one in second that I think does have a fairly bright future, quite a bit rawer and trim in her condition today. Maybe just like to strengthen her down that top a little bit, square out of that hip in relation to the class winner.
Placing on the class of winter ewe lambs for the Polled Dorsets, first place goes to entry number 18, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois, with Nichols Sheep Farm W2525. Second place to entry 27, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana, with Nichols Sheep Farm W2520. Placing on the Polled Dorset Spring ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 29, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois, Nichols Sheep Farm 2518. Second to entry 28, Bergman family, Wadesville, Indiana, with Mountain Man Farm 11.
Well, the young lady's just got the single entry here, but one that is really cool and a really good looking one that's proportional and balanced. Touches very fresh and true and youthful the way she should. I think this one could certainly handle a lot more competition. Congratulations.
Placing on the Pole Dorset Slick Shorn ewe lamb class in the spring division, first place goes to entry 30 Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois, with Nichols Sheep Farm, W 2541. At this time, we're ready to begin our Dorper show. We need Dorper yearling rams to the ring, please.
We start off the Dorper show here with a really nice pair of Dorper yearling rams. A little contrast here to, size and development here. We're going to start off the class, I think, with the big rugged type of Dorper buck. I really appreciate this guy when he gets out on the move. He takes a long, easy stride compared to the buck in second. He's the longest bodied. He's got the most meat and product packed into a package here. One that you'd like to clean him up in his front shoulder brisket just a little bit, but he's just too big and stout to fault him too much. Just a logical place for me to start. The buck in second comes at me in a little smaller package, but he's still packed full of meat and muscle. One you'd like to just fix him off his back rear legs as he gets out on the move, give him a little more set and more flex to him. One that just gives up some of the added extra bonuses compared to the buck ahead, but a really nice pair of bucks. Congratulations.
Placing on the Pole Dorset pair of ewe lambs, first place goes to Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Second place to the Bergman family, Wadesville, Indiana. And third place to Jim Robertson and family, Shelbyville, Indiana. Placing on the yearling ram class for the Dorper show, first place goes to entry 2, Vivian Mae Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch 5655. Second place to entry 1, also Vivian Mae Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch 5783.
Junior female show was, again, really good, similar to the seniors. And within that, again, I ran into a pair that I thought was close, and I thought the quality was extremely good. And we're going to keep those two together. We're going to use these two slick ewe lambs for junior and reserve champion.
Now ready to show for champion overall ewe and reserve champion overall ewe for the Polled Dorsets. Our junior champion went to entry number 18 out of the winter ewe lamb class. Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois, with Nichols Sheep Farm, W2525. The reserve champion was second in that winter ewe lamb class, entry 27, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana, with Nichols Sheep Farm, W2520.
We get out here in the senior Dorper Ram class, and kind of similar to the first class we started off with. There's a contrast in size here, but I think the quality of the one is the one we're going to use up front here. When you start analyzing this one, just how wide a topped he is, how wide a hipped he is. I mean, he's the one that's got the most kick out of the rear legs there. One that's just gets out of the ring, prances around like you want him to see. Maybe just getting a little wide, too wide a chested for me today, too. But one I think that's got all the extras for me to run with today. The buck in second, just giving up a lot of muscle and size compared to the class winner. Maybe not as true and straight down his top line as the buck ahead of him. One that just gives us a little smaller version, just without the extras for me today. Congratulations.
Well, when we think about Dorset show sheep, whether you're on the fitted side or the slick side, I think these four animals represent their appropriate designation really, really well. I think these two fit ewes are going to go on and have a really nice fall. I'd expect they've had a good career so far, and I'd expect the same out of these slick ewe lambs. Super high quality. There's one that just hit me harder than the rest, and there's one I just think is more unique and maybe harder to make. And when we get down to this, it's almost like a Supreme Drive when you get the slicks and fits in here together, but it is fun, and it's fun to sort through the differences. There's one that's billed as just near perfect, and she just balances and profiles so well. She brings all the extras that you're really looking for when it comes to a show sheep. The ewe lamb's going to be our champion. Congratulations. I actually think it gets quite a bit closer when we get into reserve. And again, we've got two that don't look anything alike, but that doesn't mean there isn't a lot of quality in both of those. The big yearling ewe, man, she's as big and stout and as good at the ground as you'd hope to make one. Really like that about her. Maybe like to just peel a little bit off her breastbone and trim her down just a nickel for me in relation to what's ideal, but one that really, really reads with a lot of quality and is a real good looking one propped up. And then the second place ewe lamb out here. There's one that is really good in her cage and really good in her look. And again, we talked about it in class a little bit, but if we could just add a little more feature to her at the ground, I'm not so sure she doesn't overtake that one ahead of her. Tough decision, really, really good ones. We're going to come back and use the slick ewe lamb for reserve.
For the Polled Dorset, our junior champion ewe was our overall champion ewe. Entry number 18, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois, with Nichols Sheep Farm, W2525. The reserve overall went to our reserve junior champion, entry 27, out of the same class as our champion, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana, with Nichols Sheep Farm, W2520. Now ready for pin of 4 lambs. Placing on the senior ram lamb class for the Dorpers, first place went to entry 3, Vivian May Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch 5850. Second place to entry 4, also Vivian May Stephenson, with Lazy 5 Ranch 6135H. For the Polled Dorset, placing on the pin of 4 lambs, first place to Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Placing on
Really attractive one here in your late junior Dorper buck lamb show here. One that's really straight in his lines. He's at the ground. He's really stout and he's really square and he's really good footed when he gets out on the move. One that's attractive up through his front end. One that's got all the bells and whistles I think that the Dorper breed needs. Congratulations.
placing on the young flock class for the Dorset show, first place goes to Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Second place to Jim Robertson and family of Shelbyville, Indiana. Premier exhibitor for the Polled Dorset show is Harper Nichols of Jerseyville, Illinois. Placing on the Lateborn Junior Ram Lamb class for the Dorpers, first place to entry 7, Vivian May Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch, 6141.
we get out here for champion Dorper Ram, and I think there's one that just sticks out in my mind. I think he comes away with this one pretty easy. We're going to use the yearling buck down there. I think he's just big, bold, big-footed, good at the ground. I mean, he's got enough meat and muscle. For reserve, it gets a lot tougher. And I think we're the freshest one to me. We're going to come back and use this late spring buck lamb. I think structurally he's the soundest one that we got left out here. He's just a straight made. I think that's got a beautiful future ahead of him. Congratulations.
For our Dorper show, champion ram goes to first place yearling ram, entry 2, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch, 5655. And the reserve to our first place in the late junior ram lamb class, entry 7, also Vivian May Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch, 6141. Wait a minute. Placing on the pair of ram lambs for the Dorpers, first to Vivian May Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. Also in that Dorper show, our Kentucky champion ram went to the Williamses, Adam May Williams, out of the winter ram lamb class. For the Horned Dorsets, we're ready for fall, slick shorn fall ram lambs. Slick shorn fall ram lambs, please. Now ready for Dorper, yearling ewes in the ring, please.
Starting out the Horned Dorset show, got 3 really nice individuals out here, and a certainly good way to start the breed. We got one that leads off that's just kind of the show sheep of the 3, just a little more proportional and balanced, props up from the side, gives us a little nicer look. Plenty of muscle in this one, really like him at the ground. Really what separates and get this one out in motion, he really just handles hip and hind leg quite a bit more comfortably than the 2 that follow him. Kind of the big-bodied, kind of productive one in class comes in 2, and I like that extra mass and dimension he's got in relation to the one in 3rd. We'd like to make him more comfortable off that right rear foot, maybe got trimmed a little short, favoring that just a little bit today. Round out the class with one that certainly got a length of body advantage, got a trimness advantage, maybe a taller shouldered one as well. This one just kind of runs out a natural dimension of muscle when we get around behind him, but a nice group of ram lambs.
We get into the Dorper yearling ewe class here, and I think we got one that comes to the top here, one that's really stout down its top. It's really true down out behind the shoulder, down that top line, out over that hip. One that's really square at the ground, gets out of the move, probably tracks the freest and easiest for me today. One that's probably got the most muscle tucked in it into a package there, that I think just a logical place for me to start there. We got a really attractive long-sided type of Dorper female here in second. You got to really appreciate this one's the breed character and the substance of bone it has, the length of body, the length of hind saddle. I think it's just more comfortable up through that front end, out over that rear 1/3 as the Dorper ewe in 3rd. And I think, like I said, it's got a little more breed character for me today too. She's going to stand in the second hole. We got another powerful square maid type of a female here in 3rd. One that shortens up compared to the 2 ewes ahead of them, but still it's packed full of meat and muscle. One that's real similar to our class winner. Just doesn't have the extras like the ewe in second does, from length of body, length of hind saddle. Just a logical place there in 3rd. Another, we're going to round out the class with just a female that gives up the overall size and scale compared to the ewes ahead of them. One that's just shortens up for me a little bit too today, but a really nice class of females. Congratulations.
Placing on the fall ram lamb slickshorn class for the Horned Dorsets, first place went to entry number 1, Vivian May Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, Went to entry number 2, Bryce Schwartz, Flemingsburg, Kentucky, with Paul R. Castle, W9147. Second to entry 1, Vivian May Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5, 9034. Third place to Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. Placing on the yearling ewe class for the Dorper show, first place to entry number 14, Vivian Mae Stephenson, Mount Olive, North Carolina, with Lazy 55651. Second to entry 12, Vivian Mae Stephenson, Mount Olive, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch 5839. Third to entry 11, Owen Grinstead, Sheridan, Indiana. 4 to entry 13, Addie Mae Williams, Elizabethtown, Kentucky.
Interesting pair of horned ram lambs to sort through, and two that are pretty similar in their build, I suppose. But I think the one that leads off the class does have a length of body advantage. I think you put wool on this one. I mean, he gets pretty shiny in a hurry, but a really, really nice sheep that's just really practical and really solid. I think where they really sort is he just has a maturity and a testicular advantage. Buck lamb coming in second, just kind of behind in a maturity standpoint, gets a little frailer at the ground, but one when the young folks getting put together gives us a really nice look. Congratulations.
Placing on the Dorper pair of yearling ewes, first place goes to Vivian Mae Stephenson, Mount Olive, North Carolina. Placing on the Horned Dorset Winter Ram Lamb class, first place to entry number 6, the Bergman family, Wadesville, Indiana, with MCD 302. Second place to entry 5, the Bergman family, Wadesville, Indiana, with Mountain Man Farm 01076.
We get into this Dorper female class here, and a really close pair here. We're going to go with the bigger outline type of female here. One that when you start analyzing these two, I think I like this one out of its rear pin set a little better. When it gets out on the move, it's a little longer hipped, a little longer strided for me compared to the ewe in second. One that you put your hands on it, I like how it gets wider from front to rear a lot better and just proportions up when you get on the side for me today. You in second, one of the more rounder type of made females compared to your class winner. Just to me, I think she just gets a little more rounder in her hip, rounder in her shoulder blades. If we could just fix her up in those areas just a little bit, I think we could run ahead with her today. But this is how I see him today. Congratulations.
Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the Dorpers, first place goes to entry 16, Vivian Mae Stephenson, Mount Olive, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch 5856. Second place to entry 15, Vivian Mae Stephenson, Mount Olive, North Carolina, Lazy 5 Ranch 5847. Placing
really attractive Dorper female to lead this class off with. One that I think what separates these two, when you get them out on the move, she just tracks a little wider base off her rear two than the ewe in second. One that's a little leveler out over that hip. She's big, wide sprung. She's wide top. Just a really complete type of female to lead this class off with. We got the little longer extended type of ewe here in second. One that's not as true at the ground as their class winner. One that's not balanced up as well out over that hip, not as level out over that. And like I said, just like to see her track a little truer and wider compared to our class winner, and maybe we could flip them. But this is the way I see them today. Congratulations.
Placing on the pair ram lambs for the Horned Dorsets, first place goes to Vivian May Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. Second place to the Bergman family, Wadesville, Indiana. Placing on the Dorper class of early born junior ewe lambs, first place to entry 17, Vivian May Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch, 5857. Second place to entry 18, Vivian May Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch, 5859.
You know, the horn male show wasn't super large, but did have quite a bit of quality out there, and certainly appreciate these folks bringing these to me to evaluate. There's one that hit the ring and just kind of reads like a show sheep, and proportions and balance does everything really, really well. Fall buck here is going to be your champion. Congratulations. After that, there's a little more sort, but there's the next one that certainly props up, gives us a really, really good look. He's attractive. He's smooth. Really long-bodied sheep, and he'll be your reserve. Congratulations.
For our Horned Dorset show, our champion ram in both the Open and Kentucky goes to our senior champion, which came out of the Slick Shorn Fall Ram Lamb class, entry number 2, Bryce Schwartz, Flemingsburg, Kentucky, with Paul R. Castle, W9147. Our reserve champion overall goes to entry 6, the Bergman family of Wadesville, Indiana, with MCD 302. For the Horned Dorsets, we're now showing yearling ewes. Yearling ewes is the class in the ring.
It's just a single entry in the fitted yearling ewe class, but one I think could certainly handle some competition. Really good bodied one, really good on the go, and really proportional and balanced. Nice female to lead off the female show.
In the ring now, we have Horned Dorset Slickshorn yearling ewes placing on the fitted yearling ewe class. First place to entry 12, the Bergman family, Wadesville, Indiana, with Gadsby 2377.
Good pair of slick yearling ewes out here, and really separates the pair for me. The ewe up front props up. She's quite a bit straighter and stronger down her back. She's quite a bit bigger and square in that hip, like that about her. Just a really good stout one, big stout yearling ewe to lead off with. Ewe comes second, does have a size advantage, and if that's your primary sort, you could certainly flip this pair. For me, she gets a little weaker down her spine. She rolls out of her hip, gets a little straighter and more posty off a hind leg.
Placing on the class of Slickshorn yearling ewes, first place goes to entry 13, Vivian Mae Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5, 9016. Second place to 14, Vivian Mae Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5, 9030.
We're going to start off this Dorper ewe lamb class with, I think, just one that's a little more comfortable for me today on the show ring here. One that's at the ground and gets out and moves rather easy for me. I think where this one excels, I think just when you start analyzing them out over that hip, she's a little leveler and a little bigger hipped for me today than the ewe in second. One that's got a little more length of side, length of body, but both big, powerful pack type of females. The ewe in second, one that just gets a little more round over that hip for me compared to the class winner. One that's still true and easy at the ground and as it gets out on the move. Just a really nice pair of ewe lambs. Congratulations.
Well, just a single entry on my side, on the horn side, but a female that could certainly handle quite a bit of competition. One that's really proportional and balanced, good looking from the side, really good at the ground, and the young folks do a nice job getting this one presented. Congratulations.
Placing on the Lateborn Junior Ewe Lamb class for the Dorpers, first place goes to entry 20. Vivian Mae Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch, 6139H. Second place to entry 21, Vivian Mae Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch, 6138H. Placing on the pair of ewe lamb class for the Dorpers, first to Vivian Mae Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. Placing on the Horned Dorset class of early fall ewe lambs, first place to entry 15, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana, with SIN 2108.
We got out in this particular champion drive, and we got some give and take out here. We've got 4 really nice individuals, I think, that represent the breed pretty well. We've got one that I really, really like from a build and a body standpoint. Have a little challenge with maybe her type, and what her horn does for me makes this a little more challenging for me. Today we're going to try to keep it pretty practical. We're going to use this yearling ewe for champion. Congratulations. And we're going to come back with our slick ewe for reserve.
Senior champion ewe for the Horned Dorset show goes to entry 12 out of the fitted yearling ewe class. The Bergman family, Wadesville, Indiana, with Gadsby 2377. The reserve senior champion to entry 13 out of the Slickshorn yearling ewe class, Vivian Mae Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch 9016.
We get out here for champion Dorper female, and it gets a little challenging from what, the differences in the types out here that have come out to me today. But when you start analyzing them and still feel what brings best to the breed today, we're going to come down here and use this early spring ewe lamb for champion ewe. I think she's a pretty good one. For reserve, it gets a little closer for me. I think we're going to go back up here to the front to use the yearling ewe. She's just too big and bold not to give her a ribbon today. Congratulations.
For our champion ewe for the Dorper show, it goes to entry number 17 out of the early junior ewe lamb class, Vivian R. May Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch 5857. The reserve champion to entry 14 out of the yearling ewe class, Vivian May Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch 5651. Also, our Kentucky champion ewe was entry number 13 from the yearling ewe class, Addie Mae Williams, Elizabethtown, Kentucky, with Emerald Dorper. Placing on the pin of 4 lambs for the Dorpers, first place to Vivian May Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. And placing on the flock class, first place in the flock and also winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the Dorper Show is Vivian May Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina.
An interesting pair of ewe lambs here, and maybe goes counter to what we typically believe. I think the stouter more opened up one actually comes with wool in this class, and really probably the more moderate one as well, but really sound and good looking and really good bodied one. Just feel comfortable leading off there. The one that comes in second, I do think her best days are ahead of her. I think this is going to be a really big, nice, slick horn yearling ewe for these folks. Today, probably just not as big hipped and not as square at the ground, but really a nice pair.
Placing on the Horned Dorset winter class of ewe lambs, first place goes to entry 19, the Bergman family, Wadesville, Indiana, with Mountain Man Farm 0102. Second place to entry 18, Nora Schwartz, Flemingsburg, Kentucky, with Paul R. Castle, W9199. That would also be first in Kentucky on that class.
Just a single entry on my side, but one that's got a ton of quality to her. Really like this one when the young folks get her put together. Gives us a really elite look. Congratulations.
Placing on the Horned Dorset Slick Sheared Spring Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 20. Vivian May Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, with Lazy 59083.
Good pair of ewe lambs out here representing our junior champion drive. Certainly we got some quality in both of these, but we got some differences as well. Kind of just talk through them. Really the extremely bold-bodied big hip one comes out of this first class, out of the fit class. Really like that about her. In relation to Ideal, we could probably add a little more feature at the ground to her. Maybe just tuck her up in her chest floor and make her a notch taller shouldered in relation to Ideal, but a really nice bodied one. Getting to this one in second, she is the taller shouldered one. She is the longer spined one. I think this one carries enough punch for this slick division today as well. We're going to go ahead and use the slick for champion. We're going to come back to the fitted for reserve. Congratulations.
In our Horned Dorset ring, our junior champion goes to entry number 20 out of the Slick Shorn Spring Ewe Lamb class. Vivian May Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, with Lazy 59083. The reserve champion goes to entry 19, class winner of the winter Ewe Lamb class, Bergman family, Wadesville, Indiana, with Mountain Man Farm 0102. And our Kentucky junior champion is entry 18, Nora Schwartz, Flemingsburg, Kentucky, with Paul R. Castle, Debian 9199.
We get out here in the white Dorper show, and we're going to start off the class with a tank of a ram here. I think this ram's he's big, bold, he's wide, he's deep. Yeah, you'd like to fix him off as he gets a little straighter off his back wheels, but I think he's got enough of the length of body, just muscle and pure power, to run in the class here today. Buck in second, granted, I mean, he does several things a lot better than the buck in the first, from flexibility at the ground, just from his cleanliness up through that front end. But I don't think he's got enough of the extras, the extra added qualities. I mean, he doesn't have enough power for me to get around this big buck in front today. But a really nice pair of bucks. Congratulations.
For the White Dorper show, our first place goes to entry number 2, Vivian May Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch 5952. Second place to entry 1, Vivian May Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, with Axtell Quality Dorpers 23.
While the numbers haven't been big, I think the quality in the horn female show's been really good. And we've got 4 really nice representatives out here for the breed. We got some differences across them. We've kind of talked through them in the senior champion, junior champion drives, as well as in class. We'll go show you which 2 we like.
For our overall champion ewe on the Horned Dorset, it went to our junior champion, entry number 20. Entry 20 out of the Slickshorn Spring Ewe Lamb class, Vivian M. Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina, Lazy 59083. The reserve champion goes to entry number 12, our senior champion. Senior champion came out of the fitted yearling ewe class, Bergman family, Wadesville, Indiana, with Gadsby 2377. And our Kentucky overall champion went to entry number 18. Out of the winter ewe lamb class, Nora Schwartz, Flemingsburg, Kentucky, with Paul R. Castle, W919.
We get out here in the white senior Dorper Ram Lamb class here, and we got one they bring to us. I mean, it's super well, complete, balanced type of ram. I mean, there's not too many holes in this Dorper buck here. One that's sound at the ground. He's level when they get him propped up. He's big hipped. He's still big top. He's just a big bodied type of, really complete type of ram. Congratulations.
Placing on the flock class for the, placing on the Ram Lamb class for the senior Ram Lambs for the White Dorpers. First place to entry 3, Vivian May Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina, Lazy 5 Ranch, 6994H. For the Horned Dorsets now showing the flock class.
We have a single entry in the White Dorper Ram Lamb class here. One a really tall shoulder type of buck that really gets out in the ring and just travels really smoothly. Just one that's really well presented here. One that's got some length of body, length of hind saddle. Just a really neat Dorper buck here in this class.
Placing on the Horned Dorset flock class, first place goes to Vivian May Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina. Also, winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the Horned Dorset is Vivian May Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina. Placing on the Winter Ram Lamb class for the White Dorpers, first place goes to entry 4. Adam Gordon, Gravel Switch, Kentucky, with Grant Croft, 2501. Southdown exhibitors, give us just a few minutes to reset the table, so we're ready to begin the Southdown show.
you got to really appreciate this white Dorper buck lamb just from the flexibility, getting around the show ring, just the completeness. I mean, you get your your hand on him, and he handles really well down that top, really straighten his lines, really well balanced. Still comes at you with enough muscle and thickness and big barreled. Just a really complete type of ram. Congratulations.
Placing on the late junior Ram Lamb class for the White Dorpers, first place to entry number 6, Vivian May Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch, 6985H.
We had a really nice white Dorper buck show here, and it gets difficult when we start analyzing these sheep and what they bring to the table and what they give for the breed. But one buck, we're going to use the yearling buck down here for a champion. I think he's just too stout-footed, big body, big tank type of sheep. Yeah, you'd like to give him a little more set off his back wheels, but that's just a unique individual from the substance of bone and just the body type he had. For reserve, I think it gets really easy for me. We're going to go use this late buck lamb. I think he's the truest and straightest and squarest out of all the 4 of these bucks. I think he's got a really bright future. Congratulations.
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen any results on it.
There it is. Yes. Because you had to use the sensor.
Placing on the pair ram lambs for the Dorpers, first to Vivian May Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. The champion ram for the White Dorper show goes to entry number 2, the yearling ram, Vivian May Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5, Ranch 5952. The reserve champion to entry number 6 out of the late junior ram lamb class, also Vivian May Stephenson, Lazy 5, Ranch 6985. Our Kentucky champion ram goes to our class winner of the winter ram lamb class, Adam Gordon, Gravel Switch, Kentucky, with Grant Croft 2501. We have White Dorper yearling ewes in the ring. Jeremy Harlow, your class is in the ring. White Dorper yearling ewes. Final call for White Dorper yearling ewes. Final call, White Dorper yearling ewes. We have begun our Southdown show. We have January ram lambs in the ring.
We get out here in the white Dorper female show, and we're going to run with the one that's more elegant, one that's, we're sorting females here, one that's the cleanest up through that front end, the ones that most extended out through that front shoulder blade. You got to really appreciate her condition compared to the two right behind her. She's probably still the squarest made one, straightest down her top. She still has enough width and dimension for me today, and she comes at me in the most complete package. The big powerful one is here in second, one that's got the big stout foot on her, one that you just like to clean her up in her brisket ever so slightly, maybe just take a little bit of the condition off, but she's still big, powerful, bold, big top type of female, one that, like I said, she just comes at me a little more bolder and coarser compared to your class winner, so she's going to stand in that second hole for me today. Another big, powerful ewe here in third, one that just isn't quite as powerful as one ahead of her, one that isn't quite as true down that top, big out over that rack, one that's still got enough substance of bone and natural thickness compared to the ewe in fourth to get her in the third hole for me today. We're going to round out the class with a Dorper females that's just not as true in her lines compared to the ewes ahead of her, one that's given up the overall length of side, length of body, trueness down its top compared to the class winners ahead of them. Congratulations.
Placing on the Dorper yearling U class, first place goes to entry 11, Adam Gordon's Gravel Switch, Kentucky with East Star Livestock 2443. Second place to entry 12, Vivian Mae Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina with Lazy 5 Ranch 5945. Third place to entry 13, Vivian Mae Stephenson. And fourth place to entry 9, Adam Gordon, Gravel Switch, Kentucky.
Really an outstanding a group of 4 rams to lead off this Southdown show, and if this any indication of the quality we're going to see today, it's going to be a lot of fun. The sheep up front, sometimes we call them the combination sheep, and that doesn't sound very inspiring, but this dude's just pretty good. From the profile, I just love the way his chest ties into him. 4 ribs, outstanding. We get around behind him, really big and cool in his upper hip shape. Hits the ground with a lot of feature, gets out and goes. Just, for me, a fairly logical place to start. And that's saying something because sheep that come in 2 and 3 certainly have a ton of quality in them as well. Really, the big bold buck in class probably comes in second. I like that about him. I like the way he ties in as well. Maybe not quite as unique in his chest floor, but still outstanding. Maybe not quite as cool in his upper pin set, but still got plenty of power. Really, really high quality one. Sure, the gentleman didn't come in thinking they were going to stand second. The sheep in third's a different one in class. And, man, if you're standing ringside and you say, man, I like the way that one profiles. I like how elegant and cool he is from the side. He's the rawer one in class, and I'm going to run with him. I wouldn't really argue with you. From a mass and a body standpoint, he just doesn't match the 2 in front of him. I think this one's best days are probably ahead of him. Really, really cool sheep. Going to round out with one that's super practical and solid in this build. Maybe just not as unique in the way his neck and shoulder ties in. Maybe not as big down his back or as big ended as the ones ahead of him, but one that's got some quality in him as well. Congratulations.
For the White Dorpers, placing on the pair of yearling ewe class, first place to Vivian Mae Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. Second, Adam Gordon, Gravel Switch, Kentucky. Placing on the class of Southdown January born ram lambs, first place to Drew George, Niles, Michigan. George Brothers 2521E, that's entry number 3. Second place to entry number 4, Jude Parker, Franklin, Indiana, with Sickles 5124. Third place to entry number 8, Olivia and Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. And fourth place to entry number 5, Vivian Mae Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina.
Really cool individual here, single entry in this class. One that's about as cool as you can make one from the side. Really, really big at the ground in relation to his body type. You get around to behind him for his maturity, I think he's got enough. Really, really cool sheep. Congratulations.
We got a really interesting and tough trio here of ewe lamb. We're going to go with the ewe that's just the wider base, wider top, wider feature type of female here. I think she is probably the truest down her top too when you start analyzing her, and she's good behind the shoulder blades. She gets out about the ring really good. Just a really logical, good balanced type of female to start the class off with. The ewe in second, probably the more feminine up through her front end type of female, really well built at the ground. I think she's the truest in her lines compared to between her and the third place ewe. Just a really complete type of ewe. Maybe doesn't have the length of side compared to the ewe ahead of her, or the extra bells and whistles of the thickness down the top compared to the ewe ahead of her, but a really logical place to put her here in second. Ewe in third, just giving up the overall quality compared to the two ewes ahead of her. When she gets set up and propped up, she's not as true and straight in her lines compared to the ewes ahead of her. One that you just like to just thicken up over that hip and level her out over that tail set a little bit, but a really a good class of 3 ewe lambs. Congratulations.
Placing on the February born ram lamb class for the Southdowns, first place to entry 9, Drew George, Niles, Michigan, with George Brothers, GG9699, Law Dog. Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the White Dorpers, first place goes to entry 17, Sally Everhart. Everhart Livestock, Carlisle, Indiana, with East Star Livestock 2522. Second place to entry 15, Adam Gordon, Gravel Switch, Kentucky, with Grant Croft 2426. Third to 14, also Adam Gordon, Gravel Switch, Kentucky.
Southdown Male Show was extremely good, and 3 individuals out here representing it certainly all need to be turned in with ewes and make the breed better, and I think all 3 of them do that. And we'll go show you the 2 that I'm going to use today.
For the Southdown show, our champion ram goes to the first place ram out of the out of the February class. Entry 9, Drew George. George Brothers, GG 9699. Drew George is from Niles, Michigan. And reserve went to entry number 3. Our January class winner, also Drew George, Niles, Michigan, with George Brothers 2521E. Also placing on the pair of ram lambs for the Southdowns, first place went to Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Besides the entry number 9, that February ram lamb being our junior champion ram, it is also our overall champion ram, as is the January ram lamb, entry 3, being our overall reserve champion ram.
We get into this white Dorper ewe lamb class, and we're going to use the powered up one in this class here. I think this one, I think it does the best, when it gets out on the move and tracks around, stays true to itself. I mean, it's the big, powerful top type of female that still balances up when you get it on the side profile. I think it's just a logical place, just from the power and maturity for me to start with today. You in second, I'd say the freshest looking one for me today. You got to appreciate how well this one gets, when it gets set up, how well balanced it looks. I mean, it's good on its feet and legs. It's one that just gets outpowered compared to the class winner today. But with maturity, maybe some power is going to come, and in the future we could flip-flop those around. You in third, I think you that's got some good pieces in its own right here. One that just doesn't balance up as neatly for me today compared to the two ahead of it. One that just when you get on a side profile, you'd like to just strengthen it up over the top, over that spine just a little bit, but a really nice class of 3 ewe lambs. Congratulations.
Placing on the early junior ewe lamb class for the White Dorpers, first to entry 22, Owen Grinstead, Sheridan, Indiana, with Jennings Dorpers 1261. Second place to entry 18, Adam Gordon, Gravel Switch, Kentucky, with Grant Croft 2510. And third place to entry 19, also Adam Gordon, Gravel Switch, Kentucky.
nice pair of ewe lambs here in this class. I think what separates them when we get these out and get them tracking around the ring, one that stays more true to itself, true on the move, the way it handles its back rear legs. I think we're going to land her in the first hole just from completeness and functionality standpoint. The ewe in second probably just got a little more length aside compared to your temporary in first there, but a ewe I think just don't fit the pieces together, especially in the rear 1/3 as your class winner does today. Congratulations.
Placing on the Lateborn Junior Ewe Lamb class for the White Dorpers, first place to entry 23, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch, 6987H. Second place to entry 24, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch, 6986H.
We get out here for your white Dorper champion ewe, and the quality runs deep all the way through. I mean, we got to sort through and analyze from lean condition to overly conditioned, on these Dorpers and stuff, and to take that into consideration. What I'm striving for in a female. From structural correctness, from straight of lines, the way she looks and appears like a female. With that being said, I'll go out and show you the two I like today, but congratulations to you all.
For our White Dorper show, the champion ewe goes to our first place yearling ewe, entry 11, Adam Gordon, Gravel Switch, Kentucky, with East Star Livestock, 2443, and that's also our Kentucky champion ewe. Our reserve champion ewe for the open show goes to our class winner from the senior ewe lamb class, entry 17, Everhart Livestock, Sally Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana, East Star Livestock, 2522.
Wow. Outstanding class of yearling ewes from 1st through 7th. Man, a ton of quality in here. These ewes all have breeding value. Be happy to take any of these home and kick them out. The top of this deal gets really, really hard and really, really tough. And man, they're just good. And I mean, elitely good and ultra competitive on any level. And out here today, I'll just kind of walk through and tell you what I saw and where I made my decisions. The first two ewes up front, those are the two big stout ewes in class, and essentially everything else in class that kind of fit inside of them. Not only that, they're two of the really elitely good built ones, and I love that about them. Within the pair, they're both really, really big featured, and they're both good at the ground. I prefer the hip and hind leg and the way the hip lays into the ewe that leads off with. Just a little more comfortable and natural in her hip-loin junction. Keeps her tail head down in her the way I want to see it. And then on top of that, I think I prefer her head shape just a nickel over the ewe in second. But a really, really good pair. Man, if you would have brought the ewe in second to me and said there's going to be your champion of the Kentucky State Fair, I would have felt pretty good about that. A big, stout one, really, really high-quality one. Like I said, just some subtle differences there. That's where I made my call. The ewe in third. Love this one. This one's standing alone. Absolutely one of the coolest profiling ones in class. Love how her chest sets up in her. Her natural sweep's really, really good. Hip and hind leg, love it. Love how high her neck ties at the top of her shoulder. Unfortunately, in relation to these two, she can kind of fit inside of them. She ends up in third. Really, really like that one. Same can be said for the ewe in fourth. Just from a true forerib shape and a back shape, this ewe's the best in class. And I love the way her upper cage is built in her. I love how well she proportions and balances. Maybe give her just a nickel more flank in relation to those. She probably gets a little shorter necked in relation to a couple of ewes ahead of her, but one I think's got a ton of quality. Man, I'd love to be holding on to that one. Unfortunately, we're standing fourth, and then we're going to round out the top five with kind of a big, stout, bold ewe, but maybe one that gets pretty plain, wants to break in her loin ever so slightly. The ewe in sixth, another high-quality one. Becomes pretty moderate in class, but love the extra power and muscle she brings. And then a really, really elite-looking one from the side rounds out in seventh. One, unfortunately, just gives up too much performance and power to the ones ahead of her. Nice group.
Placing on the yearling ewe class for the Southdown show, first place goes to entry 19, Jude Parker, Franklin, Indiana, with Parker Farms, 2416. Second place to entry number 18, Drew George, Niles, Michigan, with George Brothers, 24013. Third place to entry 20, Morgan and Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. 4 to entry number 16, Olivia and Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. 5 to entry number 22, Jude Parker, Franklin, Indiana. 6th place to entry 21, Olivia and Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. And 7 to entry 15, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Placing on the pen of 4 lambs for the White Dorper Show. First to Vivian Mae Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. Second place, Adam Gordon, Gravel Switch, Kentucky. Placing on the flock class for the Dorpers. First place to entry 33, Vivian Mae Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. Second place, Adam Gordon, Gravel Switch, Kentucky. Our winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the White Dorpers is Vivian Mae Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. Placing on the pair yearling ewes, first place for the Southdowns. First place goes to Jude Parker, Franklin, Indiana. Second place, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Third to Olivia and Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Now ready for senior ewe lambs.
Really nice fall ewe lamb out, single entry, proportional, balanced, elitely looking. Young lady does a really nice job getting this one propped up. Congratulations.
Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the Southdowns. First place to entry 23, Olivia and Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois, with FP Livestock 24110. In the north ring, we're now ready for all other breeds wool, all other breeds wool.
Three really nice individuals out here in our senior champion drive, and three I'd be happy to stand in the backdrop of any one of those. With that being said, that yearling ewe class was particularly tough and deep. Quality was exceptional. We're going to keep the two yearling ewes together for your senior champion. Congratulations.
Senior champion ewe for the Southdowns goes to entry 19, Jude Parker, Franklin, Indiana, with Parker Farms 2416, first in the yearling class. Reserve senior champion to entry 18. Second in that yearling class, Drew George, Niles, Michigan, with George Brothers 24-013.
We get out here in the AOB Wool, and we honestly, we got 3 functional yearling rams out here, which it's kind of a rare occasion where all 3 are functional on the move. They're good build, they're sound. The buck we're going to lead with, I think he just has more of the bells and whistles for me of being the big, stout, complete sheep. He's big at the ground. He's big in his forerib. He's one of the straightest, levelest made top bucks in the class. I think he's the best up through his front end compared to the bucks behind him. He's just a logical place for me to go today. In 2 and 3, it gets difficult comparing 2 different breeds here. They're both sound and functional, like I said. We're going to go with the better build type of sheep down his top. He's thicker down that top. He's leveler down that top. They're both really good hip type of buck. I think he's got just a little more length for me compared to the buck in second, or in buck in third. Granted, the buck in third, I like his front end extension. If we could put that on the buck in second, it would be no question in my book. But if you want to flip-flop 2 and 3, you go right ahead. Like I said, the buck in third, if we could just stouten him up when you get your hands on him a little bit, just smooth him out over that top, I think we could carry him into the second hole then. But a really nice class of bucks. Congratulations.
Placing on the all other breeds wool class, For yearling rams, first place to entry number 2, Claire Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois, with Rinker 2739 Shabu. Second place to entry 4, Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois, with Hooker 452. Third to entry 1, Olivia and Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois.
Really high quality pair to lead off the January ewe lamb class, and one that has a little give and take to it. And to be just completely transparent with you, propped up from the side, I do prefer the sheep in second, and that one's way my speed. Chest floor, the way she's built, really, really cool. The reason she stands second is when we put these two in motion, one of them just gets out and goes better, and that's you up front. I'll be real honest, I don't know that my down's that big, but that one's really, really good for being as big as she is. And she's just fundamentally solid and really, really good. I think she's going to make a monster yearling ewe for the young man, and she's where we're going to lead off just from a structure and a soundness standpoint. Again, build and look from the side, propped up. This one in second is absolutely elite. Be exciting to see what that one looks like come November. The ewe lamb that comes third, really good-bodied one, good in her forerib, good in her back shape, very muscular ewe lamb. Unfortunately, runs into a couple ahead of her that are just more elite in their build and look from the side. But a whole bunch of function and good in that one as well. Round out the class with another one that has a ton of quality in her. Unfortunately, there's 3 ahead of her that are a little stouter and square and just have more showing look today. Congratulations.
Placing on the January-born ewe lambs for the Southdowns, first place goes to entry 30, Jude Parker, Franklin, Indiana, with Parker Farms 2502. Second place to entry 29, Drew George, Niles, Michigan, with George Brothers 2518. Third to entry 31, Vivian May Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. And fourth to entry number 27, Anna Beth McCarty, Independence, Kentucky. And that would be first in Kentucky as well.
We get out here in the senior buck lamb class, and I mean, you got to give a little give and take here, but I think I'm most comfortable with the buck I'm going to start with. When you put your hands on him, he is the biggest topped. He's the levelest topped. He's, out of the trio here. He's one that's functional at the ground, but where he excels the buck in second, just he's in the ideal condition for me today compared to the buck in second. The buck in second, the Romney buck, really true, straight in the line. You really got to appreciate him at the ground. He's level top, level hipped, one of the bigger hip bucks in the class. You got to really appreciate his underline too compared to the bucks. Just a really good, complete type of sheep that just needs a little more of them for me to get around the bucking first today. We're going to round out the class, Lincoln buck here in third. One that at first glance you think this is the bigger, stouter Lincoln buck out of the two out here. Well, when you start analyzing him down his top, put your hands on him, he doesn't proportion up. He's not as thick topped as the buck that leads the class. I don't like him as well up through his neck and shoulder structure quite as well as the class winner. And just level him out over the hip compared to the bucks ahead of him too. But a really nice class of bucks. Congratulations.
Placing on the all other breeds wool senior ram lamb class, first place to entry 7, Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois, with Hooker 492. Second place to entry 8, Olivia and Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois, with FP Livestock 24118. And third to entry 6, Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois.
Really neat pair to sort through, and maybe by the time I'm talking her, the young man will get her up to the front of the line. Really a good looking one from the side, one that's going to make an awesome yearling ewe. She's proportional, she's balanced, she's got enough for today for her maturity. Just kind of a bulletproof one that doesn't have a lot of holes in her. Fits into this class really nicely. Where she has the advantage over the one in second is really in her chest floor and the way her lower ribs constructed. I think this one's just going to stay more tucked up and more correct as she matures on. Really like the ewe lamb in second. Love the touch on this one. Outstandingly presented and shown. Carrying a little more on her maybe than I would prefer. And then her just chest floor. She's just wanting to start to fall ever so slightly. If that stays in her, she's an awfully cool one. Today she's going to stand second. The ewe in third, here's a big stout one in class, and she's got a ton of quality. Again, going to be the big yearling ewe in class. For me, she gets a little more refined at the ground, a little frailer at her foot, probably a little darker at her foot than I would prefer. And then she actually becomes a little short in her hip, which is unique for the way that one's built, but I like to stretch her out in her hip ever so slightly compared to the two ahead of her. The sheep in fourth, I think she's got an advantage over the one in fifth just from a lateness of maturity in the way her chest floor and her front shoulder is constructed. The one that comes in 5, really a big, bold one, but unfortunately she's starting to open up in that lower chest floor and drop down. We really need to pull her up at the top of her shoulder and run her a different direction, but an awful lot of power to go with that one as well. Congratulations.
Placing on the Southdown February ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry number 37, Drew George, Niles, Michigan, with George Brothers 2535E. Second place to entry number 32, and that's first in Kentucky, Reagan Coffee, Harneden, Kentucky, Willoughby 24051. Third place to entry 36, Jude Parker, Franklin, Indiana. Fourth place to 35, Vivian May Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina. And 5 to entry 33, also Vivian May Stephenson.
We get into the buck lambs here on the AOB Wool, and I think they kind of self-sort themselves here. We're going to start off with a really attractive, good-looking one from the side. Black Romney buck lamb here, one that's really true and straight in its line, level down that top, one of the bigger hipped bucks in the class, just a logical place for me to start. The two Lincoln bucks in second and third kind of are similar in their types and kinds here. What sorts them are just a little bit of structure correctness compared to fleece quality is the one we got in second compared to the one in third, but a really nice class of 3 bucks. Congratulations.
Placing on the early born junior ram lambs for the all other breeds. Well, first place went to entry 9, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, with Winding Wicks, 2507. Second place to entry 11, Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois, with Hooker, 495. And third to entry 10, also Barry Hooker.
Nice single entry in the AOB Wool show here, Lincoln Buck. One that's really balanced when they get them all propped up here. Really stands up good on a good set of feet and legs there. One that's just true and straight with an adequate fleece. Just a really nice individual there. Congratulations.
Placing on the all other breeds wool late junior ram lambs. First place to entry 13, Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois, with Buckshot, 2517.
Another nice class of ewe lambs, and we've got some give and take in this one. 4 really cool individuals, kind of figuring out how this thing all fits together, I guess, is my job today. And the one we're going to lead off with, I think she will be one of the bigger yearlings in this group, and I like that about her. She's really one of the big hipped ones in class. She's really good at the ground. Young lady struggling right now to get her to behave, but I think that's an awfully nice individual to lead off with. If you're just judging from the side stuck, and you don't get her in around behind them, this one coming in second is as cool as you can make one. I mean, elite in her look. I love where her neck sets. Like I said, just gives up some natural rib and expression pin width when you get around behind her, but one that, again, going to be a really cool yearling ewe, going to be a lot of fun to show. Really, really neat sheep. Man, if you like them to wedge, this one in third will do that, and she'll do it all day. That is a big back, big hipped one. In relation to the way she's built, she keeps her chest up in her pretty well. Gets a little refined today for me, and honestly, in relation to the two ahead of her, just kind of runs out of gas from a lateness to maturity. What you see is what you get, but what you got's pretty cool, so I like that there. Unfortunately, the ewe in fourth, I like this one quite a bit. She's got a ton of function in her. She's elite through her front end. She's good in her cage. She's got enough natural width. Just doesn't have the wow today, unfortunately, and there's 3 ahead of her. They're just a little more unique in places, but one that's got a ton of quality. Congratulations.
Placing on the all other breeds wool pair ram lambs. First place to Barry Hooker of McLean, Illinois. Placing on the March and later born ewe lamb class for the Southdowns. First place goes to entry 38, Morgan and Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana, with Hogger 25-140. Second place to entry 42, Olivia and Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois, with FP Livestock 25115. Third to entry number 40, Ryan Halligan, Winchester, Kentucky, Halligan 5023, and that's first in Kentucky. And fourth to entry 39, Vivian May Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina.
we get out here in the AOB Wool Ram champion division, and it gets really tough. I mean, we got two breeds being represented. Both are really, really good for their own breed here. To me, it gets down to really two in this category here for your champion and reserve. Two that are kind of different in their makeup and the way they balance up from length of body, from at the ground where they set their foot. Both are extremely good in their front end though, so you got to appreciate that. Both come out of their shoulder and neck really good. It's just small categories that kind of separates them. One's a little better fleece compared to the other one. The other one's kind of the fleece is kind of getting away from itself a little bit. But with that being said, I mean, there's just one that's just a little more unique for me from at the ground standpoint. Still the length of body, length of hind saddle, still big top, level top. We're going to go with the yearling buck today. He'll be your champion ram. I think he just has more of the extras for me today. For reserve, it's super close. We're going to come back down here to this black Romney ram for reserve. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Sorry. Participation.
Champion ram for the all other breeds wool goes to our yearling class winner. Entry number 2, Claire Von Baron, Stewartson, Illinois, with Rinker 2739 Shabu. The reserve grand champion goes to our class winner from the early junior ram lamb class, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, with Winding Wicks 2507.
Junior champion New Drive in the Southdown side has been extremely good, and the qualities ran all the way through those classes. And to get these 6 out here and take a look at them, no surprise just how good they look. They're not all exactly alike, but you can read a whole bunch of quality in all of them. And obviously these programs have done a really, really good job. I'm going to go show you which 2 I like, and maybe we'll talk about them a little more in Champion Drive.
For the all other breeds wool, our best fleeced ram was our reserve champion ram. Entry 09, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, with Winding Wicks 2507. For our Southdown show, our junior champion ewe goes to entry 37, first in the February ewe lamb class, Drew George. George Brothers 2535E, Drew George from Niles, Michigan. The reserve junior champion to entry 32, Reagan Coffey of Harnard, Kentucky, with Willoughby 24051. And that's also our Kentucky champion in the junior division. I apologize. It was the first place March that was the reserve champion. Entry 38, Morgan and Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana, with Hogger 25140. We're now ready to show for junior champion for the
just a really outstanding group of Southdown females that came out to the ring today. And top to bottom, I don't think we saw a female that doesn't have breeding value. And that's pretty hard to do at any level show. Quality was extremely deep. The ones at the top end are exceptional, and it's been a pleasure to sort through these. That's the yearling ewe, the senior champion drive, was outstanding. Obviously, you see those two, and we talked about just the quality they had and how good they were and the subtle differences between them. We talked about these ewe lambs within class and kind of how hard some of those hit us and just how good they are. The champion today gets pretty easy for me. When you make a yearling ewe this big and stout and good, it's feel kind of foolish beating her. We're going to use her today. After that, I think it gets super close, and there's one that, boy, I'd sure like to have my kids on the head of next year, and it's this Feb ewe lamb here. She'll be your reserve. Congratulations.
Overall champion ewe for the Southdown show goes to entry number 19, the first place yearling ewe, Jude Parker, Franklin, Indiana, with Parker Farms 2416. The reserve champion overall goes to entry 37, our junior champion, out of the February ewe lamb class, Drew George of Niles, Michigan, George Brothers 2535E. We now need to show for Kentucky champion and reserve champion ewe. So we have entry 27 of McCarty from the January class and entry 40 of Ryan Halligan from the March class in the ring.
Really good group of females out here for the Kentucky bred, and there's one out here that pushed real hard in class to our senior champion. She's going to be our champion today. This ewe out of the middle class. Congratulations, young lady. After that, it gets a little closer for me for reserve, but I think we again have to have quite a bit of quality here. Really love the body shape of this one standing back here. She'll be your reserve. Congratulations.
I think when we get out in this AOB Wool here, comparing the two breeds to each other and what they offer the breeds, I think we logically sort and sift this one to the top. I think just from being a standpoint of, she's the up-headed one, she's the elegant one up through her front end. She's the extremely long-bodied. She's sound at the ground. She's the widest based at the ground when you get them out on the move. Just a logical place for me to run today. It gets difficult in second and third here. We got two ewes, two different breeds, but they're kind of similar in their types and kinds. They're not the big outline type of females. They're just the more complete type of females. What separates these two, I think, is just structural correctness, especially off the hind rear 1/3 there. Granted, the ewe in second. She's just a sound, salty type of female, but there's the extra wow factor to me to run her any higher today, but she fits in that second hole. Like I said, the complete functional female here in third too, similar to the Romney ewe in second. One that just don't handle her back rear wheels as well as the Romney ahead of her, but one that's got the extra added body dimension, but that comes also with a little extra condition compared to the Romney ewe ahead of her. Then we're going to round out the class with the bigger Lincoln type of ewe. When you get them off the side profile here, one that just don't balance up as quite as neatly for me compared to the two ewes ahead of them, but a really nice class of ewes. Congratulations.
Placing on the Southdown pair of ewe lambs, first place went to Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Second place, Jude Parker, Franklin, Indiana. Third, Olivia and Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. And fourth, Vivian May Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. Kentucky overall champion ewe for the Southdowns went to entry number 32, Reagan Coffey of Harnard, Kentucky, with Willoughby 24051. That came from the February class of ewe lambs. The reserve overall for Kentucky went to entry 40 from the March and Lateborn class, Ryan Halligan, Winchester, Kentucky, with Halligan 5023. Placing on the yearling ewe class for the all other breeds wool, first place went to entry 18, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, with Winding Wicks 2403. Second to 20, Kingston Rinker, Stewartson, Illinois, with Winding Wicks 2357. Third place, Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois, with Hooker 475. And 4 to entry 19, Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois. Placing on the AOB class of pair yearling ewes, first to Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois. Placing on the Southdown Pen of 4 lambs, both sexes, first place goes to Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Second, Olivia and Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. For the Southdown show, our flock class, first place in flock and also winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Second place, Jude Parker, Franklin, Indiana, and third, Olivia and Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Give us a few minutes to get reset and we'll go to the next breed. Now ready to begin Katadens. We need yearling ram, Kataden yearling rams to the south ring, please.
Really fun class of AOB Wool Senior ewe lambs to sort. I mean, the quality runs really deep in this class here. Once we start analyzing, breeds for what they bring to the table, I landed on the Lincoln ewe here. Once she gets set up and you see she's really elevated up through her front end. She's dead level down that top and out over that hip. She's one of the best handling females in this class from front to rear. You put your hands on her, she's got the right shape over that top, and she really goes back into her pin set really neatly for me today. Just a big hip, just a functional female. I think that's a high quality one there to start with. We got the right Romney ewe here in second. One that's a really eye appealing on the side here, really level in her lines. One that's carrying a little bit more up through that brisket for me today compared to the Lincoln ewe ahead of her. One that's still sound enough, square enough, big enough, function. She's just a big functional female. She fits in that second hole pretty logically for me today. Then the question lies on the two Romney ewes here, the black ones in 3 and 4, where you lie your preferences. We got the skinnier made one here in the third, one that you put your hands on her. She's green. She's green as a gourd. She's long body. She's still true and straight down that top. She's still good on her feet. Where she excels the ewe in fourth, I think, just from that standpoint of length of body, length of hind saddle. When she gets out on the move, she's a little more comfortable in her spine for me today compared to the ewe in fourth, but really a close pair there. The ewe in fourth, like I said, she's the more coupled up type of female, one that you put your hands on her. She's got a big wide top on her, big functionality to her, one that you just like to pull her apart, make her a little freer in her spine to get her any higher for me today, but a really top-notch class of ewes here. But Lincoln ewe in fifth, another big functional type of female. A female that just doesn't have the extra correctness type, compared to the ewes ahead of her. If I could see her handling her back wheels a little better, maybe a little better up through her front chest plate, she could move a little higher today. We're going to round out the class with a nice pair of ewes down here. Really, when you part their fleeces, they're really ideal when you from front to rear. Ones that are giving up the overall structural correctness to the ewes ahead of them, but a really nice class of ewes. Congratulations.
Placing on the senior ewe lambs for the all other breeds wool class, first place to entry 26, Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois, with Hooker 493. Second place to 24, Claire Von Baron, Stewardson, Illinois, with Winding Wicks 2451. Third place to 28, Olivia and Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Fourth place to 22, Kingston Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. Fifth place to 27, Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois. Sixth place to 23, Jamie Dietz, Rupert, West Virginia. And 7 to 25, also Jamie Dietz.
Interesting trio of Kataden yearling rams to lead off with, and three that are very, very different in their type and kind, three that offer different things, and we'll just kind of walk through kind of what I saw. Really the straight spine, more muscular buck's the one we're going to lead off with, and he just ties together smoother from front to back. There's no doubt in my mind the big sheep in class comes in too, and if performance is your primary priority, this guy's a monster. Great, big, long-bodied. I'd like to strengthen him right behind his shoulder just a little bit. I'd like to square him out of his hip, but certainly a big elevated one that's got plenty of performance, and I like those pieces he brings. The sheep in third's the one that kind of ties the first two together. Unfortunately, comes to me a little flatter out of that front pasture, and I'd like to change that about him. Then we could talk about where he moves up within this class. But three really nice rams. Congratulations.
Placing on the Kataden class of yearling rams, first place goes to entry 2, Andrew Laswell, Mount Vernon, Kentucky, with Francis 80731. Second place to entry 3, Dustin Reynolds, Crab Orchard, Kentucky, with Aslan 158. Third place to entry 1, Andrew Laswell, Mount Vernon, Kentucky.
Fairly easy sort here in this early ewe lamb class. We're going to land with the Romney ewe. I think from a functionality and structural correctness standpoint, I think this is the one you got to run with here. I mean, she's good at the ground. She's flexible. She's wide base. She's one that you get your hands on, you're not disappointed. I mean, she's level down that top. She's elegant up through that front end. Just a good way to start this class. We're going to use the bigger ribbed Lincoln ewe here in second, one that follows your class winner a little closer here, one that's got a little bigger top, more substance under her. Just one I think just gets outshined by the Romney ewe today. We're going to round out the class with a functional Lincoln ewe, just giving up some of the overall structural correctness compared to the ewes ahead of them, but a really nice class of ewes. Congratulations.
Good pair of fall ram lambs here in the Kataden drive. Go lead off with the one, and this one's kind of that big, good-looking one we were maybe looking for in the yearling buck class. This one does just tie together better down his top line and out of his hip. Really, really good at the ground. Nice, solid place to solid place to start. Surprisingly bigger hip when you get around behind him than maybe you'd anticipate from the side. The sheep in second. Boy, this is a really, really good bodied one. I really like him in his four-rib shape, and he's an easy flesh and buck, and I like that about him. I'd like to pull him apart of this pin set a little bit and just stouten him up when you get right around behind him. Congratulations.
Placing on the all other breeds wool early born junior ewe lamb class, first to entry 29, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, with Winding Wicks 2516. Second place to 32, Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois, with Hooker 496. And third to 31, also Barry Hooker. Placing on the Kataden senior ram lamb class, first place to entry 4, Kingston Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois, with MRO 16006 or 003, and second place to entry 5, Andrew Laswell, Mount Vernon, Kentucky, with LY 441.
Nice class of Kataden Ram Lambs here, and got some really fun marked ones here to lead off with. Always enjoy the extra color that we get to see in a few of these. This sheep that leads off, not only is he's a big outlined one, but this guy's good down his top line. He's good in his hip. He's actually heavier featured and bigger footed than maybe he would read. That black can be a little deceiving. Really a neat sheep to lead off with. Cool colored one coming in second. I'd call him the Holsteined up one. I don't know what the appropriate term would be, but boy, that's a neat looking one. And again, proportion and balance very, very well. Probably just doesn't have the mass and power. Maybe giving up a little maturity to the one ahead of him. Round out the class with a really proportional, balanced one. Again, in this class, he becomes the flatter, narrow one. But congratulations.
We get into this AOB Wool class here, and we got a wide range of maturity in this class. Today we're going to use the more mature type of female in this class. I think she brings the most to the table for me today, from length of body to just a substance of body, from big barreled, big topped. Like I said, she's long body, long hind saddled. Really nice fleece in that one. I think she's the place for me to go today. Then it gets a little closer, just because we're getting into some sheep that aren't as mature, that have a bright future. And we're going to go with the Romney just from her lines and straight down her angles. I really appreciate the way she puts her neck out of her shoulder blades there. One that's still on a good set of feet and legs. From a functionality standpoint, that's probably the best built one in the class, but she's in the second hole for me today. We got a black Lincoln ewe here in third. I think she's extremely young, one that's, I think, got a bright future, one that just given up some of the overall thickness and body dimension compared to the two ahead of them. But I think down the line she could roll into that first hole. And the same thing we could say about the Romney ewe. She's just a little too skinny for me today compared to the three ahead of her. She just has just more days on feed, maybe get her a place or two higher. But a nice class of ewes. Congratulations.
Placing on the Lateborn Junior Ewe Lamb class for the all other breeds wool, first to 36, Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois, with Hooker 500. 200 or second place to 35, Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois, with Hooker 504. Third place to entry 37, Olivia and Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois, and fourth and champion Kentucky ewe goes to entry number 34, Ryan Halligan, Winchester, Kentucky, with Thistledown 512.
Another nice class of later Kataden Ram Lambs. And the sheep we're leading off with, man, when you put your hands on them, that's kind of how this class sorted for me. Three really sheep that give us a nice look from the side. They're pretty good footed. When we put our hands on them, they kind of end up ranking this way. One that leads off really is the bigger back, fresher one, more ideal in his condition, just a little farther along. I like that one to lead off with today. The sheep in second, I do think he's a little bigger in his outline, and I like that about him. Probably not quite as good right there behind his shoulder in his rack shape. We're going to leave him second today, and we're going to round out with one I think has a really bright future. But today, boy, when we get our hands on him, he's just quite a bit farther behind from a muscle mass and development standpoint. Congratulations.
For the all other breeds wool, placing on the pair ewe lamb class, first place to Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois. Second place to Jamie Dietz of Rupert, West Virginia. For the Kataden show in our early junior ram lamb class, First place to entry number 7, Andrew Laswell, Mount Vernon, Kentucky, with Julian and Moore 506. Second place to entry 8, Dustin Reynolds, Crab Orchard, Kentucky, with RBL 2547. And third place to Flint and Patricia Haskell, Mount Sterling, Kentucky. Placing on the Lateborn Junior Ewe Lamb class, first place to Flint and Patricia Haskell with entry 9, Mount Sterling, Kentucky, with Tails 2069. Second place to entry 10, Dustin Reynolds, Crab Orchard, Kentucky, with RBL 2576. And third place to Tiffany Erickson, Winchester, Kentucky.
It's been fun and exciting on this AOB Wool U show with several different breeds out here, and from a standpoint of functionality, I think I found the ones I'm truly happy with. You know, from a breed standpoint, from the quality, I mean, it all ran deep. With that being said, I'll go show you the 2 I like today, but the quality ran extremely deep. Congratulations.
For the AOB Wool, our champion ewe goes to the first place yearling ewe, entry number 18, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, with Winding Wicks 2403. Reserve champion goes to entry 26, first in the senior ewe lamb class, Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois, with Hooker 493. And as we said, our Kentucky champion ewe was entry 34 out of the late junior ewe lamb class, Ryan Halligan, Winchester, Kentucky, with Thistledown 512. Best fleeced ewe in the AOB Wool Show goes to entry number 26 out of that senior ewe lamb class, our reserve champion overall ewe, Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois, with Hooker 493.
So a really nice group of Kataden Rams we got to evaluate today, and we kind of somehow blew through our senior champion drive. So we're going to do the senior champion drive, then we're going to do the junior champion drive, and then we're going to look at those 4 animals out here together and pick our grand champion ram. Out here in the senior drive, I mean, all 4 animals represented, I think, represent the breed extremely well. It's just where we put our priorities and where we put our focus. The 2 here closest to me really become the 2 sheep that are going to land both holes for me today. And while we have some variation, boy, we're both really, really good-footed and good at the ground. Obviously, we got some size variation, but quality and skeletal quality, I think, both fits on this side. The fall buck's going to be our senior champion. Our yearling will be your reserve. Congratulations to those exhibitors. On the junior champion drive side of it, I thought we had a really, really good class. And that pair of January bucks, I think, fit together really, really good. Both got a ton of quality, and both, I think, are going to make outstanding yearling bucks and really good contributors to these programs. Congratulations, those two exhibitors, on those.
Placing on the all other breeds wool flock class, first in the flock and also winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the AOB Wool is Barry Hooker, McLean, Illinois.
Out here in the Champion Ram Drive, got four really good individuals I think represent the Kataden breed very well, and obviously this breed has made a ton of progress just from a showability standpoint over the last 6 or 8 years, and you know the commitments to the breeders for how hard they've worked and how fun this breed's becoming to sort. And you know, 5 or 6 years ago, I don't know if I would have said that, but certainly, just from a balance and a proportion standpoint, I think they've gotten better from a build and a skeleton standpoint, from muscularity. It's amazing to see how quickly this breed's progressed. There's a couple out here that I think just kind of separate from a heaviness, a structure, and a foot standpoint. Those would be your true senior champions. Congratulations, guys. Nice work.
For the Kataden show, our champion ram was our senior Ram Lamb class winner, entry 4, Kingston Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois, with MRO 16003. The reserve champion was our yearling Ram class winner, entry 2, Andrew Laswell, Mount Vernon, Kentucky, with Francis 8071. Also, our Kentucky champion ram was that yearling ram, 02, Andrew Laswell, Mount Vernon, Kentucky, with Francis 8071.
Really nice, complete Merino ram to start off the Merino show here. One that's super well balanced when you get off to the side. He's good at the ground. He gets around the ring fairly functional for me today. One that's got a super fleece from front to rear. You just got to appreciate the masculinity this ram brings to the table, too. Just a really nice ram. Congratulations.
Placing on the Merino yearling ram class, first place to Megan's Merinos, Genera, Ohio, with in-body F2371.
Another nice single entry Merino ram, one that comes at us really bold rib, big top, big shape to this type of ram. Still functional when he gets out of the room. One that got the big bold neck on. One that I think that could stood a little more competition today. Congratulations.
Good glass of Kataden yearling ewes and a pair of really, really good ones up here. Within that, the one that leads off, kind of a show pony. I mean, this one is a good-looking one that can get out and go. Put your hands on her. She's the big back, big hip one in class who's really, really elite about that cage. The one that comes second, elitely good from the side. And I love the way this one's built through her front end. Chest floor sets up in her shoulder angle's right. Her net sets right there up on top of it. Unfortunately, when we compare to a class winner, she just gives up too much when we get on top of her. Not enough back, not enough hip, not enough cage, but I love the way this one's built from the side. Really, really good looking. Same thing be said for the one in third. A nice, really structurally correct one that's super sound. She's good down her top line. She's square on her feet. She comes shorter necked in the one in relation to the one in front of her and just gives up too much mass and power compared to the one that leads off the class, but a really quality female to stand third. The one in fourth, a lot like the one in third, gives up some frame size and performance compared to her, but again, fundamentally really, really good at the ground and just does a lot of things pretty well. Really practical in her build. The sheep that comes in fifth, again, really, really big cage, and I like that about her. We just need to make her taller shouldered and get her neck to come out of the top side of her blade a little better, maybe flatten her off around their hip, and the same could be said for the ewe that rounds out the class. Just gets a little round for me in her shape from the side, but if we could square up down her top line, we could move her up.
On the Merino side over here, we got another exceptional single entry Merino ram. That he's big at the ground. He's big and stout. He's big hip. Just a functional Merino type of ram here. Congratulations.
Placing on the Kataden yearling U class, first place goes to entry 14, Kingston Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois, with MROS 2420. Second place, To entry number 19, Andrew Laswell, Mount Vernon, Kentucky, with Francis 8212. Third place to entry 18, Andrew Laswell. Fourth place to entry 16, Tiffany Erickson of Winchester, Kentucky. Fifth place to entry 17, Flint and Patricia Harrelson, Mount Sterling, Kentucky. Sixth place to entry number 15, Flint and Patricia Harrelson. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Katadens, first place goes to Andrew Laswell, Mount Vernon, Kentucky. Second to Flint and Patricia Harrelson of Mount Sterling, Kentucky. Placing on the early born junior ram lamb class for the Marinos, first to Megan's Marinos, Genera, Ohio, with in-body 2503.
Three quality Merino bucks out here for your champion Merino ram. I think when we start to step back and analyze from a function standpoint and just quality from front end design from heads, we're going to use your yearling buck on the far. I think he's just a bigger footed, bigger balance, just a better hip type of sheep here. For reserve, it gets a little closer, and we're going to come back and give this late buck lamb a chance. He's going to be a reserve today. Congratulations.
For our Merino show, our champion ram goes to first place yearling ram, entry 1, Megan's Marinos, Genera, Ohio, with in-body F2371. The reserve champion came out of our early born junior ram lamb class, entry 3, Megan's Marinos, Genera, Ohio, with in-body 2503. For our Merino show, our champion ram went to the first place yearling ram, Megan's Marinos, Genera, Ohio, out of in-body F2371. The reserve champion was entry 3, Megan's Marinos, Genera, Ohio, with in-body 2503. Best fleeced ram in the class was entry 2 from the senior ram lamb class, Megan's Marinos, in-body F2462. And placing on the pair ram lamb class, first place went to Megan's Marinos, Genera, Ohio, in-body of Genera, Ohio.
really a fun class to sort through, and a class that offers some challenge for me as an evaluator. A good group of ewe lambs. There's one out here that just hit me when she hit the ring, and kind of the show sheep of the group, and that's the ewe we're going to lead off with. Really, the one that's just the best looking when she's the most proportional and balanced from the side. She's as comfortable as any getting around the ring. Just one that maybe gives up some performance to the one standing in second, but I like her proportions and balance to be our class winner. Boy, this one in second's an absolute beast, and if you want them big caged and big hipped, I mean, she checks all those boxes. She gets a little more deviated down her top line, and she drops off on her hip a little more than I'd like to see, but I love the boldness and just robustness of that one's body. Something real similar comes in 3, and another big stout one, an easy fleshing one. We'd like to give her just a little more tone and touch, and maybe give her a little more hip shape in relation to this bigger back is. But a nice sheep, I think, has got a ton of good in her, and standing there in 3rd. The young man with the sheep in 4th. Here's one that's just super attractive. She's really, really cool. Just from a muscle standpoint, she gives up quite a bit to those ahead of her. Just not as big backed, is not as big hipped, but I like her proportions and balance down there. Rounding out the top 5, another big, bold one that, man, she's got a big back and a big hip. Unfortunately, the pieces just don't all quite fit together as well as I'd like them to. The way she transitions from her shoulder to her forerib, we'd like to change her ever so slightly, but a really nice breeding female. Congratulations.
We get out here on the Marino side with four quality yearling ewes here. I think logically the one I'm going to start with, I think I'm just the most comfortable with from a structure standpoint, from a fleece quality, from just a build standpoint. I mean, this one's one of the biggest top females in the class. You got to appreciate how good she is down her top, and when you part her fleece, I think I like this one the best in the class. We get in a pair in 2 and 3. There's a little give and take on the fleece condition, fleece quality on these 2 pairs here. What I think separates them the most, I think, is just their front 1/3. I'm just a little more comfortable with a little leaner ewe here in the second on the front end design, the way she comes out of her neck and shoulder structure. And I'm just giving her a top edge just a little bit on the fleece quality for me today. Like I said, the ewe in 3rd, just another big top, big back type of female. One that I think if we just cleaned her up in her front 1/3, I could slide her in behind that first place ewe pretty comfortably. But today, I think she stands in that 3rd hole. We're going to round out the class. I think one just gets outpowered by the 3 ahead of them from size, substance, just quality standpoint. Just one that just needs a little more of her to compete with the ewes ahead of her. But congratulations to all 4.
Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the Katadens, first place goes to entry 27, Destin Reynolds, Crab Orchard, Kentucky, with Francis 8402. Second place to entry 29, Andrew Laswell, Mount Vernon, Kentucky, with JCB 1330. Third place to entry number 26, Destin Reynolds, Crab Orchard, Kentucky. Fourth place to entry number 23, Derek Pittman, Crab Orchard, Kentucky. 5 to entry number 25, Andrew Laswell, Mount Vernon, Kentucky. 6th place to entry 22, Derek Pittman, Crab Orchard, Kentucky. And 7th place to Flint and Patricia Harrelson of Mount Sterling, Kentucky. Placing on the yearling ewe class for the Marinos, first place goes to entry 9, Megan's Marinos, Genera, Ohio, with in-body F2376. Second place to entry 7, Jamie Dietz, Rupert, West Virginia, with Gadsby 2422. Third place to entry 8, Megan's Marinos, Genera, Ohio. And fourth to entry number 6, Jamie Dietz, Rupert, West Virginia. Placing on the pair of yearling ewe class, first place to Megan's Marinos, Genera, Ohio. Second to Jamie Dietz, Rupert, West Virginia.
really attractive Merino senior ewe lamb here from just a balance standpoint and a fleece standpoint. I mean, she's attractive when you open up her fleece from front to rear. When these guys get her propped up, she's really nicely balanced, good at her feet and leg. Just a really nice female that could have stood more competition today.
Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the Merinos, first place to entry 10, Megan's Merinos, Gennaro, Ohio, with in-body 2467.
We get into this Merino ewe lamb class, and we're going to stride with, I think, the little more mature type of female. She's got the more body and more dimension for me today. You get your hands on her, she's got the right shape. I got to really appreciate how true and good she is down her top line compared to the ewe in second. One, when they get her propped up, she's just the complete type of female for me to roll with today. Granted, taking nothing away from the ewe in second, just one that's a little more immature compared to the class winner. One that's got a beautiful fleece when you part it from front to rear. One that just don't balance up as quite as neatly, especially at the top line, for me today compared to the class winner. But a nice pair of ewes. Congratulations.
Placing on the Merino early-born junior ewe lamb class, first to entry 11, Megan's Merinos, Gennaro, Ohio, with in-body 2508. Second place to entry 12, Jamie Dietz, Rupert, West Virginia, with Mendenhall 25002. Placing on the Merino pair of ewe lambs, first place to Megan's Merinos, Gennaro, Ohio.
we get out here for champion Marino, and I think it comes down to a two female race here. And I don't do this very often. It comes down to 2 lambs here for champion you. But for champion, I think one that hits me the hardest. I think she's the best design up through her front end, down out over that hip, and still has a really adequate fleece from front to rear. Your champion ewe is going to be your senior ewe lamb. For reserve, we're going to come back to use this ewe lamb at the end here. I think she's the one that best follows that champion ewe, but a really nice pair of ewes. Congratulations.
For our Marino show, our champion ewe goes to the first place senior ewe lamb, entry 10, Megan's Marinos, Genera, Ohio, with in-body 2467. Reserve went to entry number 11, first in the early junior ewe lamb class, Megan's Marinos, Genera, Ohio, with in-body 2508.
Another fun class of Kataden ewe lambs to work through, and we're going to lead off with one that's not only is she really fun to look at just from a mark standpoint, but extremely high quality. I mean, this one's good at the ground. She's really elite and feminine through her front end. She meets my hand with as much touch as anything out here, and just a high quality one. Really, really excited to be able to find that one in this class. The one that comes in second probably matches that one from the side on the profile. Again, a super attractive one. Doesn't have as much back shape, doesn't have as much hip shape, not quite as rugged and big featured at the ground. Nice logical second place to stand. The sheep that comes in third, again, one of the bigger backed ones, one of the bigger hipped ones, just doesn't proportion of balance quite as well. Need to level her out in her spine just a little bit and soften her up in her flank, and that cool marked one could work her way up. Same could be said for the one in fourth. Another one that's good backed, she's good hipped, solid at the ground, maybe just doesn't proportion and balance as well as he's ahead of her, but got a lot of quality, and her rounding out the top 5 with a nice practical female. Feet all go the right direction, pretty good proportions and balance. Maybe doesn't have as much shape as the ones ahead of her. Nice job.
For our Marino show, placing on the class of flock, first place in the flock and also winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the Marino show is Megan's Marinos, Genera, Ohio. Our best fleeced ewe in the Marino show was entry number 11. 11 out of that early junior ewe lamb class. Our reserve champion, Megan's Marinos, Genera, Ohio, with in-body 2508. I think that's it. That does conclude our shows in the North Ring today. We'll be back in here tomorrow morning at 8:30. Placing on the class of early born junior ewe lambs for the Katadens. First place in open, first place in Kentucky goes to entry 33, Derek Pittman. Crab Orchard, Kentucky with GFS N004. Second place to entry number 34, and that's second in Kentucky as well. Dustin Reynolds, Crab Orchard, Kentucky with RBL 2509. Third place, third in Kentucky, to entry 36, Andrew Laswell, Mount Vernon, Kentucky. Fourth in Kentucky to entry 30, Andrew Laswell, Mount Vernon, Kentucky. Fifth in Kentucky to entry 32, Derek Pittman, Crab Orchard, Kentucky. Sixth in Kentucky to entry 37, Dustin Reynolds, Crab Orchard, Kentucky. Seventh in Kentucky to entry 38, Flint and Patricia Harrelson, Mount Sterling, Kentucky. 8 to entry number 41, Olivia and Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. 9th, 8th in Kentucky to 35, Derek Pittman, Crab Orchard, Kentucky. 10th and 9th in Kentucky to entry 31, Flint and Patricia Harrelson, Mount Sterling, Kentucky.
Really good class of Kataden ewe lambs, and a good one to lead off with. Just kind of checks all the boxes for me. Good at the ground, a good when you put your hands on her. One of the more elite-looking ones from the side. Real solid place to roll here. The one in second, another really attractive one, and I like that about her. She gives me a good look from the side. Maybe doesn't have quite the back shape as the one ahead of her, but I think that one's going to grow into a really cool yearling ewe. Congratulations, young lady. The one in three, the baby in the class, still got a little fuzz on her. Really love this one's shape. Probably just doesn't have the extension as the two ahead of her. Don't know that she's going to be the same size yearling ewe, but I do think her body shape's really unique and good. We're going to leave her there in third. Fourth, we're going to come up with another one that fundamentally is really good. Checks all the boxes, maybe doesn't have as much look. Maybe like to relax her spine a little bit and level her out. We're going to round out the class with a big-bodied one, but we just like her hip shape to match her body and maybe blow her apart of their pins, give her a little more product when we get around behind her. Nice group of ewes.
Placing on the Lateborn Junior Ewe Lamb class for the Katadens, first place goes to entry 47, Andrew Laswell, Mount Vernon, Kentucky, with Laswell Farms, 25036. And that was first in Kentucky. Second in Kentucky to entry 44, Flint and Patricia Harrelson, Mount Sterling, Kentucky, with Daisy, SQH1100. Third place to entry number 42 and third in Kentucky, Dustin Reynolds, Crab Orchard, Kentucky, with RBL 2534. Fourth to entry 45, Flint and Patricia Harrelson, Mount Sterling, Kentucky. And fifth in Kentucky to entry 43, Tiffany Erickson, Winchester, Kentucky.
Kataden female show has been outstanding, and the top end of these, I think elite's the word I'd use to describe them. You know, whether they got a tail or not, these things, some of them are incredibly good built, and they're getting a whole lot of fun to look at, and then we even are able to get some painted up kind of cool to go along with it. Makes it a lot of fun to sort through. Not easy, but fun. Certainly enjoyed it. I think there's 3 or 4 really, really good ones out here. We'll go show you the 2 that are going to be our champion reserve today, but congratulations to all the exhibitors on bringing out an outstanding set of sheep.
Champion ewe for the Kataden show goes to entry 14, our first place yearling ewe, Kingston Rinker, Stewartson, Illinois, with MROS 2420. Our reserve champion went to entry number 33, and that's also our Kentucky champion ewe. Out of the early junior ewe lamb class, Derek Pittman, Crab Orchard, Kentucky, with GFSN 004. Placing on the pair of ewe lamb class for the Katadens, first place went to Andrew Laswell, Mount Vernon, Kentucky. Second place, Flint and Patricia Harrelson, Mount Sterling, Kentucky. Third to Destin Reynolds, Crab Orchard, Kentucky. Placing on the Kataden pin of 4 lambs, first place goes to Andrew Laswell, Mount Vernon, Kentucky. Second to Dustin Reynolds, Crab Orchard, Kentucky. Third to Patricia and Flint Harrelson of Mount Sterling, Kentucky. Placing on the young flock class, first place goes, and also winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award, is Andrew Laswell, Mount Vernon, Kentucky. Second place in the flock, Flint and Patricia Harrelson, Mount Sterling, Kentucky. That does conclude our Kataden show. Give us just a few minutes to reset the table and we'll be ready to go with the all other breeds meat. Chris Meyer, if you're still around, please come to the show ring desk.
good pair of baby doll yearling rams to lead off the AOB division, and two that got a bunch of quality in them, and they're a little bit different. Got to make some sort. For me, it becomes a structure thing, and I think through his knee and his shoulder, I just prefer the sheep up front. I think he's more comfortable and lays in his shoulder more correctly, more comfortable in that front knee. And then I don't think he pushes his hock quite as much on the go. I love the extra shape in this sheep that comes in second. I love how his chest force jammed up in him. Unfortunately, we get him pushing out at a point of his shoulder a little more, and I'd like a little coarser in the way his front knee's laid in him, and then wants to get a little more roll out of his hock on the go. Really neat pair of bucks. Congratulations.
Placing on the all other breeds meat, first place goes to entry number 2, Caleb Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with bow 3168. Second place to Vivian Stephenson of Mount Olla, North Carolina, with 618. Both of those are baby doll Southdown.
Another nice pair of baby dolls here, and a pair of high quality ones. Got a little sort between the two. I just prefer the buck up front at the ground. I think he's stronger on his front pasture, and I think he's more correct out of his hip and hind leg. I really prefer his hip shape. The sheep in two, if you're looking for one that's a little bolder in his body and maybe a little bigger in his kind, I think that one certainly fits the bill. Like I said, for me, getting a little softer on both ends today, but nice pair of rams. Another nice pair of baby doll late spring ram lambs out here. And the one that leads off with just super attractive and really, really good at the ground. Like his body shape, like the way his hips built, just really complete, and I think works himself fairly easily. The sheep in second, maybe the longer spined one of the two if that's what you're looking for. Maybe a little bigger in his outline. I like that. I would like to make him just bigger at the ground, bigger footed, give him more feature.
Placing on the September and the fall Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 3, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois, with the Milroy Express, MT3. Second to entry 4, Caleb Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with 1397 Danny. Placing on the early junior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 5, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois, with Nichols Blackie.
Another good pair of baby doll ram lambs here in this next class. And again, we got some differences just in kind and build. Really the good spine, good footed one we're going to lead off with, a little denser bodied, a little bigger hipped. Love the extension in the second one. I think that's where he certainly has an advantage. He is the flatter shouldered one that ties in higher at the top of his blade, but nice pair of rams.
Placing on the Lateborn Junior Ram Lamb class for the AOB Meat, first place goes to entry 7, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, with 70918. Second place to entry 8, Caleb Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with 25125.
Well, the baby doll male show's been really, really good, and I think the quality runs all the way through these. Obviously, a breed that just all of a sudden showed up a few years ago and are getting awfully fun to look at, and obviously getting extremely competitive along the way. There's one out here that I thought surfaced fairly easily and just elitely high quality, super fun to look at, extremely highly presented. This sheep here is going to be your champion. Congratulations, young man. After that, I do think it gets closer, but I think there's another one that just from a production and a value and a quality standpoint gets his way up here as well. And our yearling bucks could be a reserve. Congratulations.
For our AOB meet, our champion ram went to the first place in the early junior ram lamb class. Entry 5, Harper Nichols Blackie. Harper is from Jerseyville, Illinois. The reserve champion was out of the yearling ram class. Entry 2, Caleb Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, Bow, 3168. Placing on the pair ram lambs, first place went to Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Second, Caleb Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois.
The joys of working through an AOB class gets pretty interesting. Starting off with one that doesn't quite look like the others, I do think this one's really, really good. And love the way she's built. Love the way she gets out and goes. You put your hands on her, she's everything you'd expect her to be. Just think that's a real, real high quality individual standing up in first hole. Sheep that comes in second, man, we talk about transitions from chest floor to flank and just making one really, really good at the ground. She checks all those boxes. Think this one's elitely good in that baby doll category, like that female bunch. Love the profile, the one in third. Unfortunately, put her hands on her. She's a little farther along than I'd like her to be. If we could trim her up a little bit, we could probably see where she fits in this lineup. But still, I just think there's enough quality and look in that one to stand in third. The one that comes fourth, I like this one from the side quite a bit. Get around behind her. I'd really like to open her up in her pin set and stouten her up from behind. But I think that's a good quality sound one that fits in well. Same thing could be said for the one that comes next, the little white ewe. Maybe gets just a little more compact and a little shorter necked in relation to those ahead of her, but a really good bodied, square-footed one. Rounding out the class with one that certainly is productive, but gets a little plain from me today, carries a little more condition maybe than we'd like to see.
Placing on the All Other Breeds Meat yearling U class, first place goes to entry number 11, Karen Fair, China Grove, North Carolina, with SHS 2442. That's a Dorset advantage. Second place to entry number to Vivian Stephenson of Mount Olla, North Carolina, with 619, a baby doll. Third place to entry 12, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. 4 to entry 13, also Harper Nichols. 5 to entry 14, Caleb Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. And 6th place to entry 15, Caleb Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Placing on the placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the AOB Meat. First place went to Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Second to Caleb Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois.
Another fun class to sort through, and we've got one up that leads off that I think does so pretty comfortably in this class. Really a high-quality individual. Love her on the go, love her propped up. Cool built one, nice place to start. Sheep in second pretty closely follows her. I think this one again has a ton of quality in her. I think this one's ultra competitive within her segment. Maybe just doesn't have the extension we find in the one ahead of her.
Placing on the senior ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 17, Caleb Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Dangy 2478. Second place to entry 16, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois, with Bombay Baby Dolls 2472.
Another good class of ewe lambs, and leading off with one that, again, gives us just an awesome look from the side. Really, really sound and good at the ground. She's as good in motion as she is stuck. Really nice place to start. I think the ewe lamb that comes in second closely follows her from a build standpoint. Maybe just gives up the feature at the ground we find in the one ahead of her. Again, though, I think a really good bodied one that's super practical and checks a lot of boxes. The UN3, like the looks of this one from the side. Really like to open her up for what she is and just to give her a shot more punch. But one that's really elite and cool through her front end, like that about her. You comes in fourth, maybe the better bodied one that does have some more muscle. Unfortunately, it comes with a hind leg that's a little less coordinated and doesn't stay as stable on the go.
Placing on the early born junior ewe lamb class for the all other breeds meet, First place goes to entry 20, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois, with Big Woods, Porsche. Second place to entry 21, Caleb Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with 1373. Third place to entry 19, Owen Grinstead, Sheridan, Indiana. And fourth place to entry 18, also Owen Grinstead, Sheridan, Indiana.
Really, really challenging class for me to sort through. And we get in these AOB things, it's a little like a grand drive every class. It is what it is. It makes it hard and it makes it challenging. One we're leading off with, a uniquely good one. This one is good bodied. She's good footed. She's good looking. I think this is just an extremely high quality individual. I think within her breed, within her segment, she's extremely competitive. I think that one's really, really good. Same could be said for the one in second. This one is way, way good looking for a baby doll, and her proportions and balance are spot on. She ties in really, really cool the way her neck sets in, really good at the ground. Like that one a whole bunch. Maybe the most robust one in class comes in 3, and this one's got a great big cage in her, great big feet. Like this ewe a lot. I think she offers a ton to the breed as well. The one in 4th, interesting, man, that's a cool necked one. That one's way, way up and out, and I love the pieces she brings to the breed. Where she fit, I don't know, but she's fun to look at, and she's kind of cool, and we're putting her in 4th. We're ending out with a couple black baby dolls that, again, I think there's a ton of quality in those, just trying to figure out where they fit among the group. Today they fit in 5 and 6. Congratulations.
Placing on the Lateborn Junior Ewe Lambs for the All Other Breeds Meat. First place goes to Drew George, Niles, Michigan, with Side Hustle 5011, a Dorset advantage. Second place to entry number 26, Caleb Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Teresa 34. Third place to entry 25, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Fourth place to entry number 23, Ryan Halligan, Winchester, Kentucky, a black nose or a Valet black nose. Fifth to entry 27, Caleb Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Sixth place to entry number 22, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Placing on the AOB All Other Breeds Meat, pair of ewe lambs. First place, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Second place, Caleb Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois.
Ultra competitive AOB female, AOB Meat female show, and you know, we got 8 animals out here, and a couple of them don't necessarily look like the other 2, but I do think there's a ton of quality if we start studying these things at the ground, the way that we're constructed, the way their necks are put on them. They're all bigger hip than they are up front. Things that are important to me just from a basic livestock standpoint. It's kind of what the sort comes down to in some of these deals. Extremely good show today. Let me go show you your champion reserve. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
Champion ewe for the All Other Breeds Meat came out of our senior ewe lamb class. Entry number 17, Caleb Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Dangy 2478. The reserve champion out of our late junior ewe lamb class, entry 24, Drew George, Niles, Michigan, side hustle 5011. Our Kentucky champion went to entry number 23, Ryan Halligan, Winchester, Kentucky, with HV 5020 out of that late junior ewe lamb class. Placing on the flock class, first in the flock and also winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the AOB Meat is Caleb Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second place in the flock is Harper Nichols of Jerseyville, Illinois. That does conclude our shows in the ring today. We'll be back